Зубный чистый пока что. Part number one, should choose only one question. And part number two, you should choose only one question. Okay?
Okay.
Part number three. Okay. Part number one and the three, yes, one question. Please, second question, all the questions.
Second part of questions.
Yes, correct. Yeah, I should choose one.
Can I start?
Yes, you can take part one.
Thanks.
Please start.
Do you listen to music every day? I'd say I used to. The last time I don't have a lot of last days I don't have a lot of time to listen to music every day. But I used to. I use my headphones every day, but not for music. Mostly connected to school, online lessons. I like to listen different kind of music, and I like to mention the group called Imagine Dragons or Yuri because they are different music that I like. Mostly it's rock and metal. I can't say that I have a favorite group, but I like Daniel Caesar. Mm, How can I do for students learn English? Mm, The music you can use technical shadowing, like singing or repeat the lyrics, and you can improve your speaking skills. Um, and sometimes music sometimes use incorrect structure or grammar. This is why I learn English by songs are not always correct. We should um, we should just learn what it is and
Your cough number.
42.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you. You may go.
Okay.
What is your card number?
My card number is 2.
Yes. Choose one question from part 1, from part 3, one question from part 2. Yes.
Yes. Should I begin? Thank you. Now, I choose this question. You listen to music every day. Now, in my day-to-day life, I often listen to a variety of songs. To be more specific, rock, perhaps hip-hop, or jazz, as I find them very relaxing and they minimize my stress, which helps me to focus on my tasks that are given at hand and put up in front of me. And for this question, I believe the answer is yes. I do listen to songs and various musics due to its benefits to myself and how comfortable it is for me to basically utilize them. And that is my answer for this question. Now, should I continue to part 2? Or? Now, my most preferable singer or bands would most likely be, to be honest, Metallica, as the band itself was formed in the US or the United States, and they make rock music, which I very much enjoy. And I particularly like the qualities that they show in their concerts and events. They, for example, they once went to the Soviet era of Russia and performed over there, despite the issues, how hard the issues were, despite the type of problems they tackled, they still managed to perform in such a country where aggression and pressure was such a common and prevalent thing. And I find that motivating and inspirational, which is why I like them and prefer them among any other bands. And I assume that this kind of music that they produce, and perhaps other more, can help in the development of advanced vocabulary. I'm of the first opinion that music can very much help a person, or basically aid in somebody's English improvement, language improvement overall, generally. And to conclude, to sum it up, in a nutshell, I think that music is a helpful tool for the development of a language, and it is super inspirational. And as a given example, of a band like that is Metallica, I really strongly believe, that music is impactful to one's life. Now, shall I move on to part three? Okay, now I choose the first question for part three. Now, in particular, how can such songs help aid in one student advancements when it comes to learning a language, especially English? I believe the reasons are quite diverse, as such musics that I mentioned before, Metallica, contain a quite selection of words that you wouldn't really see in your day-to-day life. And I very much assume that listening to such songs and listening to such bands, the person can actually learn far more words than just simply reading and watching some videos on social media in English. And due to the wide range of vocabulary demonstrated in songs, and how it helps them to then easily pronounce them whenever they want to use it, I think, to sum it up, music can very much be a very useful tool to all students who want, and perhaps other people, to basically immerse themselves in the language and understand it more clearly and well. Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day.
I should take one, yes.
What is your card number?
This one good.
Number? Card number?
Card number 5.
First, part 1 question, part 2 all questions, part 3 1 question. Only one.
Alright. So I get 1 minute for preparing for card 2.
1 minute.
Okay, I got it. Does it start now?
Yes. If you are ready, we will start.
Alright, I'm going to start with part 1. What subjects do you enjoy the most? Personally, I enjoy a plethora of subjects, but my most favorable ones must be the ones related with science. I always considered myself more of a literature person, but as time passed on, I just realized how amazed I am with science, and I deeply value that. What makes a lesson interesting? One of the most important things when it comes to a lesson, in my opinion, is not just the subject. Any subject can be interesting. It's about the teacher. The teacher must be able to express himself in a fun, engaging way to lure students into liking his subject, whatever it may be. How do teachers motivate students in your region? Well, I'm from the school certificate, and I believe we are very engaged in the community of education. And one of our biggest motivators to push students to their limits is offering gifts. We offer trips to different countries for getting high scores on SAT, IELTS, and etc. Part two. I'm gonna take my minute now. Right. I'm going to talk about one time our school hosted a cooking fest between all of the 10th graders. It was a truly fun experience, in my opinion, especially because none of our classmates could actually cook. But one another factor was that I was new to the class. It was the start of September and nobody really engaged with each other and we didn't talk much. But that's why it was special. It was our first bonding moment with my classmates. And it was so fun. It really gave me a taste of the competitive nature of our school. I think I learned a lot, not just to cook and collaborate with my classmates. I also learned to truly support them. I learned to communicate with other people from other classes, and we didn't win, but it also taught me to accept my failure, since it taught me a lot. It was difficult, of course, because personally, I am very introverted. You could say shy, timid, and especially in this new, overwhelming environment filled with music, I didn't feel like I could really do anything. I didn't feel like I could contribute. But by the end of it, I was cheering the most. And that's why this experience taught me to be myself, to be true to myself, not to be nervous, and just be more open with the world. Part three. Only one question. Okay, do I get to choose? Okay, why are school events important? In my opinion, school is it's not about the building. It's not about the subjects they teach. It's about the environment they create. And the environment solely depends on the vibe that all of the staff can create. I mean, good teachers, fun events, and genuine encouragement from older people. That's what pushes students to love the school. That's what creates an atmosphere and draws in more people. That's why school events can not only encourage students to study more and lift their spirits, they can also create what their school is about and tell a story about the school itself.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
What is your card number?
Sorry?
What is your card number?
Then,
Number 10. Thank you, sir. Contribution one. On part number 2. On part number 1, you should choose only one question. Okay? The second part, always, you should choose correctly part number 2. 3, 4, 3, sorry, 4. You should choose only one question. It's 1 minute. Okay. You will start. Can you start?
Yes.
One.
Do you plan in future also continue step by step? I'm planning about my future every day because it's important for me and for my future life. I think that planning future every day is good because you can be yes. Step 1, 2. Describe an important goal or plan for your near future. What is it? What it is? My important goal for near future is to um, to pass my inter for 100 or 200 balls. Because why it matters? Because I can study in a good university, and it's very important for my future life and for my future work. What difficulties may appear? I think it's time, because teenagers don't have any time to prepare for enter only 1 year, and it may be difficult for us, and it may be stress about this problem. How you plan to achieve it? How you plan to achieve it? How do you plan to achieve it? I think about Yenta every day, and that I want to prepare for Yenta in this month. And I think that I can pass my Yenta good, good position. То есть, в общем сказать, все, что я говорю, total self. Nowadays, problem of teenage is Yenta and pass the exams to a good result. And I think that people, students, are why is process important for teenagers? They can plan their future step by step, or they can do everything plan for day. They can study good and pass the exams. That's all. So let's see.
Çok anladım var. Do you have identity?
Yes, but they said that I could bring it. Should I bring it?
Yes. Evet, bakın. 11, 30, 40, 50, 21. Et là, non, on va
Can I repeat again?
Part number. What is the part number?
5.
For the initial 1 minute, from part 1 choose one question, from part 2 all questions, from part 3 one question.
How many minutes do I have?
1 minute.
No, it's to prepare, okay?
Yes.
And just
To 50 minutes.
like I have trillions for every part individually or everything?
To
Okay, what subjects do you enjoy the most? Now, to be honest, I don't really like school, so I wouldn't say that like really enjoy the subject. But if I had to choose, it probably would be English, just because it is like the easiest for me to comprehend and understand. And other subjects are fine too, but since English is just like the easiest for me, I'd say it's English. So back to okay, describe a lesson of school event that was interesting. So the only thing that comes to mind is the chess event. So you know chess, right? So we played real life chess. So like there was 40 students, I think, and every student had a role of a specific piece. And it was like real life chess, 2 players, and they control the students as chess pieces. Okay, part 3. I chose why are school events important? So I think school events are important to unite the students because in our generation specifically, with all these gadgets and online time, I think that teenagers don't really communicate much. So yeah, school events at least have to help them socialize. And how many time have it? How much time have it?
Have you finished?
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
Could you tell me, do you think I did okay?
Koşuyoruz bana kadar. Tek bana kadar. What is it about the half number?
6.
Listen. There's only 1 minute for preparation and 2 minutes for listening. From part 1 question, choose one question. From part 2, all questions. From part 3, 1 question. You ready?
I read stories in English practically every day because they are much more interesting when you read them in original and when they are not translated in Russian or Kazakh language. I read them every evening with a cup of tea and then just relax. The last book I have read it was Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. It was about the boy who lived. And this boy has a unique story in a magical school with his friends. I chose this book because it's popular and all teenagers have read this. I consider that reading books in English significantly improves your vocabulary because that is how I learned English. I was reading a lot of books and my vocabulary improved. But you can just learn language through reading. It also needs speaking skills, listening skills. So I can conclude that reading can help to improve your language skills, but also you need to practice more. Like watch movies, speak to native speakers. But still, reading is a really good idea to practice your language skills. There are also some problems with reading for students. Some of them just struggle with reading syllables or words. And some students can not even read in English. So I think schools should practice this more. And in Olympiads, in speaking tests, we can read some small text and talk about them or make dialogues with other students to discuss the topic. And that's all.
Okay. Good question.
Она должна быть
Пиши воскресенье.
список параграфов, еще список работы была, свой список Ты пропустила без да?
Пиши воскресенье.
Фамилия связала вопрос.
Речим
Телефон направила вопрос какой-то.
Каким жанром? Каким жанром имя? Идея. Будете как вам? Так, вот сколько времени на момент. Speaking to that from part one question to all to one question, part two all questions, part three one question. Number two.
Do you listen to music every day? Yes, listening to music has become an inevitable part of my daily routine. And even though it has some words, like I can learn English or some other languages through listening to music. I have heard some information about the damage it can cause to my ears because I usually wear headphones whenever I listen to music because it's usually comfortable, especially when I'm traveling and commuting from home to school. Maybe it can damage my ears. Suppose. Describe your favorite singer or band. I would like to describe my favorite artist. It's Adele. Her name is related to her favorite woman when she was a child. She used to love this woman, and that is why it became her nickname. I love listening to her music because her voice is so relieving. I could say I listen to her music every day, especially love song or Burning Wild. What makes her stand out, apart from other artists, is her majestic voice, of course. You know, in conclusion, I would say listening to her music helped me a lot because she can help me make decisions in my life through her lyrics. Part 3. How can music help students learn English? Through listening to music, people can learn languages because when they listen to music, they can get used to this language because many artists have different tones how they pronounce exact words and accents. Especially British accent can be difficult. So through listening to music, the ears can get used to it, and through listening to music every day, they also may learn some difficult words and accept it.
Take one of the cards. Choose. What is the card number?
My card number is 5. So, do you have any time for the
Only 1 minute.
Okay.
Minute for preparation, for speaking 2 minutes. Part 1 only 1 question, part 2 all questions, part 3 1 question.
Okay. Oh, so I have to choose like this.
Yes.
Okay. Only one question. Okay.
From part 1, part 3 only 1 question.
Okay. Yes, okay. So I choose the first question, the first part. What subjects do you enjoy most? So I'm actually a high achiever in terms of academics, and I really take care of my academic perspective as well as my GPA. So I try to pay equal attention to every single subject. However, I have one of the most favorite subjects that I enjoy most. These are definitely English language, English literature, and history, especially Canada history. So the reason for why I really enjoy them is that history provides us with information that is correlated with our ancestors, and we're just their descendants, so we can obtain so much knowledge from them. And I think that history is a very important subject these days. When it comes to English, I can say that since I lived in America for a long time, that's the reason for I really enjoy reading English literature, and I just try to immerse in the English language as well as other languages. However, I think that English language is a very interesting language because it is very captivating to learn a new language, and I think that linguistics is a very interesting term. And should I start the second part? So recently we held a New Year's concert for our parents at our school, and we did it with the whole class. And I think that to be more specific, I would say that the only thing that it made that was very special about this concert was basically the preparation that took us so long to prepare for this concert. And I gained a lot of things before doing this concert and during the prep time because the teamwork that we did, all the struggles that we went through, and the cooperation, all the collaborative work actually made it more and more engaging. So every time we were gathering for a prep for another group work, we were actually doing it with our full heart. So we were the whole group would gather together, and we would just prepare for the next acting, for dancing, and everything went through like this. However, there were some difficulties, especially as girls, since there are only girls at our school. We actually encountered a lot of difficulties when it came to speaking with them because some of them were too naive and they had very bad tempers, and we had to cope with those tempers somehow. So we tried to do more sessions where we could discuss our prep, and that everyone should be open-minded and kind-hearted and just suggest their own solutions. Apart from that, there was also difficulty when that was about passive students. Those passive students actually didn't do absolutely anything, and we had to convince them that their teamwork can actually make our concert more fruitful, and that their teamwork can actually be a very important part of our concert, and that their parents would be proud of their own children. So in conclusion, I can definitely say that this concert was one of the most unforgettable experiences that I've ever done because as a person who is extroverted and engaged in different collaborative works, I can say that specifically this concert actually made me made me realize that when you are working with a team, the teamwork has to be done very carefully so that the results are gonna make you very proud. And right now I'm gonna transfer to the third part. How can schools encourage students to speak English more? So I think that since English is one of the most very pivotal languages, and this is a very international language, so the way schools and other academic institutions can motivate students to speak English more is basically to immerse them and just to kind of organize more English-related Olympiads, different contests. For example, I'm a debater, and in my school, I am a co-founder of an England club. So we held weekly debate competitions and TEDx classes specifically. And I think that if you actually try to implement more public speaking lessons, then the other students are probably gonna speak English more often, and this is gonna make them in love and obsessed with learning English, as when you're learning English, you feel as if you are a part of another community. So is that all? Thank you so much.
What is the part number?
Seven.
Seven, okay. That only 1 minute for preparation. Six. From part 1 and part 3, only one question. Only one question. From part 2, all questions. Okay? From part 1, one question. From part 3, one question. Part 2, all questions.
I chose the question, how do teenagers usually make friends today?
Which part you understand?
So how do teenagers usually make friends today? Well, since our mother board has introduced the developments like technology, and because of the development of internet, and because we have many tools now, like access to the global internet where everyone can have the opportunity to communicate with others, teenagers are able to make friends through internet because they usually find many people who are very close to my interests, share interests. I think teenagers are able to make friends through internet, and it is very relevant today. Part two, yeah. Describe a friend who inspires you. The friend I have is my best friend. My best friend really inspires me, and she's the one I even consider as my role model. We became close friends when I was taking the courses for arts preparation. And firstly, I never thought I would have such strong bonds with her because firstly, we were just strangers to each other, and all we had to do is to participate in our classes. And sometimes we used to have speaking sessions together, but this time I just noticed that we share many interests together and we have a lot in common. And she started inspiring me by the way she talks in English, by the way she connects all her thoughts in a short period of time. Moreover, as we got the chance to get to know each other very well, I learned how um, game-changing experiences, such stressful situations she had to overcome in her past life. That's why all the stories she shared with me, all that inspired me, and I just um, I just loved the way she was open to me and how we became so close together. Um, I think we didn't have any challenges throughout our friendship because this is such a genuine friendship because she's very emotionally intelligent. And although we had some misunderstanding throughout our conversations because sometimes we didn't have the like something in common. For example, we had misunderstandings in the sense that she thinks something other while I share other thoughts. That's why that was a bit strange. However, it did really inspire me too. And this friendship taught me that even though my friendship can count as a friendship because um, even throughout internet, she inspired me a lot. Then move on to number three. Um, why is friendship important for teenagers? Teenagers and in general adolescents are those who are going through a harsh time for them, is I think, because since they are moving to a new age after being children, I think it is very challenging for them to adapt to new challenges in life, like some difficult periods at school and misunderstandings among teenagers. That's why it is very hard for them to communicate with others. That's why I think friendship is important for them to overcome such challenges together, to develop themselves and just boost their confidence because can teach a lot throughout your life since they serve as real teachers for you.
So let's take one choose one.
Card number 10.
One for preparations. One question, choose one question, part two, all questions, part three, choose only one question, for preparation, only 1 minute, for speaking 2 minutes only.
Should I say that? Part one. First, do you plan your future often or take it step by step? I think when you're planning your future, you should plan it step by step, or I don't know how else you can do it, because you set the general plan and take it step by step, doing small things, but maybe regularly, because consistency is very important when you're achieving something. And myself, I can say that I plan to take it step by step. Second question, what goals are common among teenagers your age?
One question.
One.
One question.
My important goal for near future is to finish this quarter with only good grades. So it matters to me, so I can achieve bigger goals. Yes. Also, to be smart, have good opportunities at school. There might be some difficulties, like it might be hard to focus on my studying, but I will try my best. How do you plan to achieve it? I plan to always do all homework, read all the books, and be active in lessons. That's it. Currently, only one. How should students plan English improvement realistically? I think all students should learn English from first grade because it's really important. And if you start learning it from the beginning, it will be easier when you grow up. And with every year, you can go to the next level, so you know much more about English and improve a lot faster. Also, you can take courses to study English. We have a lot of different courses in our city, or they might be even in school. So you don't have to spend a lot of money on it if you can. And after that, maybe go abroad and study. It depends on everyone personally, but I would like to study abroad myself too. And to learn English, I go to courses. Also, I'm active at lessons in school. I'm even here. You can also watch movies and series on English. I think a lot of teenagers do that nowadays. And also read books on English.
Pick one of the class, choose one of the class. Choose one of the class. What is the third number?
8, social media.
For definition only 1 minute. One question, choose one question from part 1 to part 3, and part 2 all questions. Speaking only 2 minutes. Your card number please is this.
Yes. Speaking for all the parts are 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So in part 1, my second question was teenagers use social media for most fun study learning. As a teenager myself, I can consider that social media is a tool that we can use for both of them. However, most of the time I see that young generation use social media for fun rather than studying. Most of the time we use for study, but it's not the traditional one. We use it for extracurricular activities. In my generation, a lot of people wanted to study abroad, and we should have a lot of activities in our portfolio. So that's why we use social media, because we can experience some international activities, programs, and etc. Part 1. Describe one positive and negative effect of social media. One positive example is studying, and one another positive example, if you want to hear this, is communication, because in social media you can find your friends and acquaintances to talk with if you don't have one in real life. And because there's a lot of different people, you can always find somebody with your hobbies and with your interests. And also you can practice your English or any other language you want to learn via social media. However, there is one drawback of this situation when a person can see the real world and went to the escapism, which is escaping the reality. This mainly happens because people get bullied or can find somebody to talk with. They have problems in real life. That's why they want to just play all day or to speak with someone who can't see them in real life. I think the one and only one and only way to avoid the risk is to encourage young generation in clubs, in some type of activities where they can find their friends, so they won't be lonely and will feel needed in this world. Personally speaking, I think social media is both for the good and for the bad. You can use it however you want. Part B. Does social media improve speaking or manual writing? Social media most of the time improve speaking skills, how I think, because in social media we usually just listen to other people and to their opinion through some like Instagram, TikTok. However, we don't usually write, especially academic writing. It's all about some slang and some new words you can learn. But if you don't try to find the academic words, you won't find this in social media.
Social duration, only one question, or only 1 minute, 7 Part one question, choose only one question. Part two, all questions. Part three, only one question. For preparation, only 1 minute. And then for speaking, 2 minutes. Will you start?
First question. What qualities are important in friends? In my opinion, the most important and essential qualities of a friend are being helpful to your friend, being honest, and not talking behind your back. That's the most important qualities in a friend. For example, when you're in trouble, like in bad financial situation, a good friend will help you. And talking about honesty, a friend should to be just truthful to me. He should always tell the truth, and and just don't lie in general. Uh, not and a friend should not talk behind your back, like gossip about you with his other friends and reveal your secrets, your some stuff that shouldn't be shared, to share it with your friends, and that's most essential qualities in a friend. And a friend that inspires me, should I tell his name? His name is Mirambek. He always works hard for his goals. He inspires me by by having a strong willpower. He helped me grow by inspiring me to go to my training and learn martial arts with me. He helps me by teaching me some of the he shares his abilities. I cherish your friendship. Or can I? What one challenge in friendship? Oh, yeah. We don't really have a challenge between us, but sometimes we don't talk like for 3 or 4 days, so it can make us separate, but we always go back together. In my opinion, he's a good friend. He's a really inspiring friend. So that's why I think that he's the most inspiring one of my friends. Okay. Why is friendship important? I think that friendship is important for teenagers because you can socialize, share your own opinions and your struggles. For example, I always tell my friends, my close friends, some of my personal life, some of my troubles, and ask how to cope with it. It's really important for me. I think that a friendship is essential for a teenager. It's always, we will have some good memories in the teenager phase.
That's it.
Choose one of the cards. Choose. Choose one of the cards. What is the card number?
6.
For preparation, only 1 minute. We will give you 1 minute. Part 1 is choose only one question. Part 2, all questions. Part 3, only one question.
Okay.
Your card number is 6.
Yes. Okay. I chose second form question. Do you read stories in English? How often? I do read stories in English. Basically, I try to adapt all the content I consume in English. So I basically read books in English. I listen to English music. I try to watch cinema in English because it really helps you understand language more, and I enjoy learning new words every day. And yeah, almost all content I watch or read is in English.
Part 2.
Okay. The latest book I've read was a sports book named Foxhole. It was about a boy who had no parents, and basically the trainer found him, and he wanted to make him a sports star, so he helped him with his career, and I really enjoyed reading it because his story was really unique in a way, and I really enjoyed the characters and the storyline. Whether reading improves vocabulary, it does, because books is basically just a really massive word, like
books contain a lot of words, and of course it does improve the vocabulary because you can understand the words in context, and you remember them more.
That's really what we would conclude.
Okay. What does conclude? Books does help with improving vocabulary, and I really like to read. I read really often and enjoy reading in English. Question 3. Why does reading help learning English? Because, as I said, books are the main way to improve language because they contain a bunch of words, how you should, sometimes they tell you how should you use it, the context of the words, and basically, yeah. Why reading problems are common for students? Nowadays, students are it's hard for students to focus on reading because social media and all this fast content like short videos in TikTok or Instagram, they are flooding the teenagers' brains, can I say? And yeah, it's much harder to focus on reading books because you have to be patient and yeah. How can Olympiads use reading topics in speaking classes?
Only one question on that.
Yeah, okay, the first one. Yeah, that's all.
I want to be shocked about that. Is it one of the what is your file number? One? Number one? This one. The computer is 1 minute. Choose from part 1, choose only one question. Part 2, all questions. Part 3, only one question. Okay?
But you only know.
No, part 1 and 3, one question. Part 2, all questions.
Okay.
The preparation only 1 minute for speaking, 2 minutes. We will give you 2 minutes for speaking.
Part 1, first question, do you prefer team sports or individual sports? Actually, I would prefer team sports because it involves helping each other and playing in one team. So, but in individual sports, you have to carry everything on your shoulders. Like you have to do everything yourself. And in team sports, I love the support that everyone gives to each other. And I think if I would be a sportsman, an athlete, I would definitely prefer team sports.
Pardon?
Usually prefer.
Bu şeyi
What sport, describe sport you enjoy or would like to try? My favorite sport is swimming. Why did I choose it? Because I really enjoy it. In the past, it was my hobby. And why it interests me? Because swimming is fun and also healthy. Uh, Healthy sports and very good for your health. You move all your body, um, all of your body, and you can grow and also you can stay healthy. How it can help teenagers? Def- most of the teenagers are sitting on the phone and sitting in one position all day. And I think, in my opinion, swimming is really helpful for them because, as I said, swimming is good for your body. You do the circles with your arms, hands, and that's why your sitting position will be better than before swimming. Possible challenges when studying it. At first, it can be hard if you're new to swimming. There can be also possibilities of the fear of drowning and so on. But I think if you are determined, you will fight this fear. Finish your personal conclusion. So, in conclusion, I would definitely prefer swimming and uh, prefer and say to others that it is a really great sport. Um, However, it can be hard at the start. In part 3, I have the first question. Why is sports important for teenagers? Teenagers are grown kids, so we can tell that teenagers are not growing. So as teenagers grow, uh, they have to take up one sport. For example, swimming, as I said, or other sports, they keep body fit, health strong, and um, and for teenagers, it is good to not have health problems like scoliosis or so on. So that's why I think that sports are important for teenagers.
Türk Hava Defans kelimelerinin onun departmanında katlandı.
Four.
Duration 1 minute. From part 1, choose only one question. From 2, all questions. Part 3, one question. So speak only 2 minutes. Are you ready?
Most of the work. 2 minutes I need to like give all questions or just for the part 2?
No, 2 minutes. Total 2 minutes.
Okay. Oh, this was. Do you enjoy traveling with your family? Yes, I do, because me and my parents are spending there most of the time at their jobs, and I see them very not often. And when we travel, I spend a lot of time with them, and we have a very deep and long conversations. And I have a time to give a recap of my news from my life, like my achievements, and we talk about our future plans. Uh, and I spend most time while traveling with my family, with my sisters, and it makes our bond more deeper and stronger. And I really appreciate spending time with my family while traveling. Describe a trip you remember well. Recently, in last year, I went traveling with my family in Abu Dhabi. Because this city is new developing city, there was a lot of new constructions, and we went sightseeing. For example, there was built new parks like Warner Bros. And Sea World parks. And I firstly experienced for the first time a very big roller coaster. It was fun and entertaining. But one of the problems we faced while traveling, it was because we didn't have Wi-Fi roaming on our phones, and we couldn't call to each other, and we sometimes were like lost in some places. Uh, how can travel help practicing English? For me, from my personal example, I could say that practicing English abroad helped me to improve my accent and speaking skills, because no one have choice but talk in English with foreigners. And it also helped my listening skills. I improved and heard many other accents like British or maybe Scottish, and I can easily now differ them from each other.
Thank you. You have only 1 minute for preparation and 2 minutes for speaking. From part 1, choose only one question. From part 2, all questions. Part 3, only one question. Choose only one question. For all this, only 2 minutes for speaking.
Should I repeat the question?
Yes.
Do you watch anything in English? Back in my time when I just started learning English, I tried to watch Harry Potter's movies in English. At first, it was very like new for me because I just started learning and it was pretty difficult for me to understand at the first time. But now I rewatched those movies and with every time I found myself understanding more of the information, some maybe slang words, some new phrasal words, and get the idea of the film. And I guess it helped me to improve my English because I started understanding uh, the language. English. Um, I guess my favorite series are Alice in Wonderland. It is a movie which was inspired by the fairy tale named Alice in Wonderland. It tells about a dream of a girl who appeared in a magic world called named Wonderland, and she has to uh, uh, break through different adventures and difficulties. I guess it also helped me to learn English more because there were some new words for me. I've searched for their meaning in my vocabulary and I find them useful in my daily life. Also, it helped me to speak more confidently in English. I don't think we should limit learning English only with movies because I, for me it's just an interesting conditional for my learning. It is always better to learn it with uh, tutors or teachers. And watching movies in English might be helpful to check how can you understand the speech. How can students learn vocabulary for movies more actively? I guess the only answer for this is to watch more movies in English. Maybe if you just start watching movies in English, you could use subtitles to understand some words you didn't know. But now I can understand the speech there without subtitles, and I get the meaning of the words I didn't know.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
And
that's it.
choose one of the class. What is your class number? What is your class number?
5.
Okay. For preparation, we will give only like 1 minute. 1 5. For preparation, we have only 1 minute. For speaking, 2 minutes. From part 1, choose only one question. From part 2, only one question. Choose only one question. Part 2, all questions. Listen.
What subjects do you enjoy most? I enjoy languages, especially English and Russian and Kazakh. I love learning languages. I also know Chinese because for me, I've always been talented in learning new languages, and I have especially excellent grades in these subjects. Overall, I find it very interesting, and I'd like to make my future career based on these subjects. Okay. Describe a lesson or school event that was interesting. It was a New Year's party, and it was very special because we were performing on stage with a song with my classmates. And overall, I learned like working in command with people, and it was very fun because we were like when we were practicing. And overall, it was my first time performing on stage with songs, so it was a bit difficult. And I'm not especially a good singer, but eventually it turned out to be a very great event. And frustrating. School events are important because they teach students to work in commands. They teach them to be more communicable, and also school events, they actually extra activities that may help when you are enrolling in a university. Like, so they also important in overall students' lives because that's how you find new friends and some communications.
Yes, we would like to. Take one more second. What is the card number?
Card number one.
Number one? Sit down. For the position, we have 1 minute. For speaking, 2 minutes. From part one, choose only one question. Part two, answer all the questions. And part three, choose only one question. Okay? Part one and part three, only one question. All questions. For this, for preparation, you have only 1 minute. For speaking, 2 minutes. Please.
To start, question number one. Short number.
Yes.
Do you prefer team sports or individual sports? I prefer individual sports because I don't want to rely on others' skills. Instead of sport, enjoy like to try. I would like to try cycling because I like riding a bike a lot. I like it because it's very relaxing to ride the bike around the city. Uh, I think it can help teenagers to uh, explore more and uh, travel more easily than using others transport. Uh, it can be challenging to learn how to ride it, but when you learn how to ride it, you uh, can easily to do. Uh, I think cycling is a very good sport for teenagers and have many advantages. Why is sport important for teenagers? I think sport is important for teenagers because it helps to stay fit and helps them to communicate in team sports.
What is your part number? For preparation, we have only 1 minute. For speaking, 2 minutes. From one, choose only one question. From part three, only one question. Part two, all questions.
First one, what else help you learn English and French? I don't use apps much, but I'm using Google Sites. There's different kinds, but my favorite one is this one helps you to prepare for IELTS. There is many tasks, there are many mini exams, and after completing one, site shows you your overall score and it gives you tips and shows all of your mistakes. Part 2, describing useful study app or website. Nowadays, there is many AI apps, and I would say the Turbo AI is the best app for studying. Its app is about you can write some essays there. Also, you can talk with AI and enhance your speaking skills. Also, you can take notes there, and or even you can put some links in it, and it will make a conclusion about maybe you can use a YouTube video for studying, and you just link, you put a link in it, and it can, and you and makes a whole conclusion on video. Part 3. How do teenagers engage in learning? Why do teenagers engage in learning? Digital learning is about many information, and you can get any if you want. You can study English, you can study French, German. You can learn many skills at one time and use time management for it.
Thank you. What is your problem? What is your problem?
Speaking culture.
For preparation, you have 1 minute. For speaking, 2 minutes. From part 1, only one question. From part 3, only one question. Part 2, all questions.
Should I answer one question?
Yes.
So the first question, do any songs help you learn English vocabulary? So yes, most songs help me learn English vocabulary and help me strengthen because I listen to hip hop and rap. It's very interesting for me and the rhythm, the melody, the words that come out of the singers, they're very fast, they're fluent, they have very good English skills, their accent. And sometimes when I don't understand the words that they speak, that they rap, I Google it, I just want to know what they're talking about. Most of the words have deeper meanings. For example, in hip hop songs, there's a lot of implicit meaning in words, in sentences between the lines. And I always try to find out, Google about the rapper, about his past. It's very interesting for me. Okay. So my favorite singer is Drake. He's a hip hop and rap artist. He was born in Toronto, which is the capital city. He makes rap and hip hop music. He has one of the best, in my opinion, the best hip hop artist, or overall artist in the world. He has he's the most streamed artist in Spotify, and I think he's a very good artist and very good hip hop rapper. And sometimes even look up to him. Always sing his music, I listen to his music. And I think his music can help learn languages because he also has songs in Spanish and English. So you can just, when you listen to it, your ears get used to the language, like English and Spanish. So in conclusion, Drake is a great artist, one of the best in the world. He has very good music. His music is one of the most popular in the world. It's played in everywhere. It doesn't matter which culture or country. So part B, what are the limits of studying language and songs? I don't think there are limits of studying English and songs because songs are limited. There's millions and millions of songs, different languages, different techniques, different styles. All of them have their own unique way of teaching language, studying language. And and a genre that I think also is going to help is country music. They have also a lot of deep meaning, and you can learn about the culture and language just by listening to it.
Eight.
Okay, we have 1 minute. From part 1, choose 1 question, part 2, all questions, part 3, only 1 question. For speaking, you have 2 minutes.
usually see English mistakes online in social media commentaries. For example, in TikTok, I usually see spelling mistakes like 00 or euro, and I often see them in native, when natives write in their first language, but not often in some kind of second or polyglot person. And I think this mistakes is very often for beginners, and I think they should not make these mistakes in spelling because it's a beginner level mistakes. The positive effect of social media, I think it's very popular to share some big news because I find out about wars or climate change or every other big news from social media. For example, I've seen some news about USA special operation in Venezuela through social media, and I would not know about this crucial information if I would not see them in social media. And the negative effect is usually teenagers have a low attention span if they're using social media very often. And I think this negative effect happens when teenagers spend too much time, like 5 or even 6 hours on social media every day. And I think they should lessen the hours they spend on social media and socialize outside the world or find hobbies that they would enjoy. And in conclusion, I want to say that although social media has many negative effects on teenagers, even in socializing, I think it's great for our community to share some news and share their opinions about their favorite topics. And I do not think that online language should be allowed in formal interviews in any conditions, because nowadays online language is mostly slang that has no deep meaning. Every day in social media, I see a new slang that is used online, and I can't use them in interviews because it's very informal and even has no meaning at all. So, in my opinion, this should not be allowed in formal conversations. That's all.
To speak, you have 1 minute. Wait, so for preparation, you have 1 minute. For speaking, 2 minutes. From part 1, choose only one question, part 2, all questions, part 3, only one question. Should only one question.
Part 1 and 2 only one question.
Speaking ourselves again, from the part one, I want to answer the first question. What qualities are important in friend? In my opinion, such qualities as responsibility, honesty, and loyalty are the most important in a friend. Because one thing you are good, what if you are loyal to each other, you are true friends, and when you are honest to each other, you don't afraid or don't have any anxiety of what you're going to do. And responsibility because it means you can start wanting together and you know that your friend or you are going to give up or run away. Where's a friend who inspires me a lot? His name is Adi. He's 8 years older than me, and I know him since I was a kid. He inspires me a lot because of his knowledge and what he influenced me. Because since I was a kid, he gave me books. He told me about a lot of things. He helped me study in school, especially, or he helped me grow. And he helped me throughout giving me books. First of all, because in China I was really bookworm. One thing which the only challenge in our friendship is distance because he works a lot. And concluding my personal view, in my personal opinion, he is a good friend, but he's very distant, especially. First question, why is friendship important for teenagers? Friendship is very important for teenagers for obvious reasons, because first of all, gives teenagers the communication skills. Second of all, friendship gives us a foundation for future. Because with friendship, we start building our communication skills. We learn about the world. We don't distance from our social limits, social people, and we grow into a real person. I can go ahead.
Yes. What is your card number? What is your card number? You have 1 minute for preparation and 2 minutes for speaking. Then part 1 and part 3, choose only one question, part 2 all questions.
How much time should I spend in part 2?
Total 2 minutes. For speaking?
Yeah.
Total 2 minutes only.
Part 2.
Part 1, part 3, part 4.
What my favorite subject is history, and I guess it is so interesting for me because it is like the point of the past and future and like the logical connection between them. I deeply enjoy how to unfold how these social processes happen and how they can be repeated in the future. So also my grandmother is historian teacher and she used to told me really cool stories about history, and so I guess for this reason I deeply enjoy history. It's like always will be connected to my grandmother. So describe a lesson or school event that was interesting. It was some kind of debate competition that I won, maybe because it was so memorable for me. It was like a really tough competition with my friends. We debated on topic of school forms. It's kind of simple topic, but the debates was like the debate were hot, and we like discussed it from all perspectives. And I guess that discussion was pretty good and like even can be considered some kind of scientific debate. So also I won and I was recognized as best speaker in my school, so I really wanted a true school competition focus more on speaking. I am myself really love speaking, so I guess school should more focus on that because I guess it's like the deficit of this type of competition in schools, not because it is more important, but because it is insufficiently like constructed. So the people, so students who enjoy speaking, who will be like humanitarian, who want to go to humanitarian profession, can like exercise their skills and participate in competitions, simultaneously doing what they truly enjoy. So I will be glad if more types of speaking competitions will be introduced in schools.
Should I sit or? So, friendship.
For preparation, we have 1 minute. From part 1 and part 3, choose only one question. Part 2, all questions. For this, you have only 2 minutes for speaking.
Okay. Do I have a time limit? Well, personally, from my point of view, I think the qualities which are vital
for a friend is firstly loyalty, since when you know that a person is loyal to you, you can feel more open with them, and you can trust them with anything you know, because a friend is an acquaintance in life as you go forward. So having someone close and knowing that he's going to be around you for a while is something that I think is crucial. Additionally, I do think also reliability in general, that you know that you have someone you can rely on and someone who will support you. Well, as a result, I do think that I picked friends who have these qualities, because I do think they're the main qualities when making a friend and being a friend in general. Should I start part 2 or should I continue? Okay. A third quality that I would like to say is probably kindness. I do think when a friend is kind to you and understanding, your relationship can be better due to them being more comprehensive with you and overall understanding. And in some situations, I do think being kind is just better than being pessimistic, I guess. Well, I also try to be all these aforementioned qualities. However, most of the time I'm not, but it is something I try to be. I want to be reliable and someone who can support my friends, and I wish the same for me, that they would be able to help me back in terms of me. Should I interpret it? Okay. So the friend who I have chosen to describe is my classmate. His name is Ағылшын, and we have been friends for about 4 years now. At first, we didn't really get along. However, we were top of the class, so I saw him as someone might put it an academic rival of mine. However, this competition of staying after school, it really fueled our relationship and the motivation to work. However, in the upcoming weeks, we started cooperating for group projects, and right now we're in a healthy relationship where we compete for the valedictorian title in our school. He helped me grow massively since he is much more determined than I am. And he has this grit, which I admire. And with every upcoming day, I try to be even more disciplined to continue striving for my dreams of studying abroad. But one challenge in our friendship is that we're quite similar, which causes some conflicts between us. And this similarity does sometimes cause aggressive conflicts. However, we never fought, and I think due to us both being quite calm, we were able to resolve it without any worry. Personally, I do think he is a friend that I wish to spend my life with in the future, and to grow together, since he's more than just acquaintance. Okay. A question I chose is why is friendship important for teenagers? Being a teenager is difficult in itself, since you're just getting used to the social fabric, and friendship are people that aren't related to you. So you have the choice of picking people to surround yourself with. And it also depends on the vicinity, on the surrounding people in your environment that you have. However, while one grows up, he decides in what environment to put himself in. And personally for me, I have stumbled across a lot of different people, and in the end I have chosen people that not only share my interests, but also have a lot of great personal qualities, since I wish to take it from them as an example. And I strive to be a better person every day thanks to my friends, and I think friendship is really a forming part of a persona, and the environment is crucial for developing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. right?
Your card number? What is your card number? Oh, two. For preparation, you have only 1 minute. For speaking, only 2 minutes. And 3 minutes. The card number 2. From part 1 and part 3, choose only 1 question, part 2, all questions.
I don't listen to music every day, but I do sometimes. I usually discover new music every day on social media platforms like TikTok or YouTube. I think songs help me learn English vocabulary really well because they usually have words that I don't know. My favorite singer is Billboard. I don't really know music genres well, so I would say it's more like jazz. And it's really energetic and I like it. Because I listen to music to probably get some kind of inspiration in the process. Yeah, I think learning languages is a part of listening to music because while listening to music, you learn new words and your vocabulary grows. And to conclude, with my opinion, music is really enjoyable and helps a lot of people with their emotions and mental health. Music helps a lot of students and young individuals to learn English since it's really not that hard to understand what the compositor means and what the singer meant with their songs usually. The limits of studying language to the songs would probably be the talking level, meaning that when you learn English only by music, you can learn English to the level of a speaking person. But I don't think that music should be a part of English competitions. It would rather be a part of all the competitions because music is a kind of art rather than a resource of information.
Thank you. We have identity card. Yes, identity card. Yes. Okay, card number.
3.
Okay. So, part 1, only one question, part 2, all questions, and part 3, only one question. You should choose only one question. You should choose only one question. Part 1, part 3.
Okay.
Okay. How much time teenagers spend online today? Nowadays, technology has become as developed as it never was. Most of the info is available online and is transferred into the binary code to preserve it and save online. And with this much information, entertainment industry has evolved into something else. Companies are looking for different ways to entertain their users and create apps that are hooking many teenagers today. So I think average time spent online by a teenager every day is around 4 or 5 hours, if I'm not mistaken. And for me, it is very concerning because most of the time spent online usually goes into entertainment apps which don't bring any so teenagers started spending less time outside and more time inside in their homes, and devices are available for everyone. With phone prices, nowadays everyone has a phone, and every teenager has access to a wide range of different media and apps that can distract you for hours. YouTube, TikTok, many more. Okay. One useful study I want to tell about is reversal context. It is created originally as a translation app, but it also recently got implemented with learning features that allow people around the world to improve their language fluency and skills in different categories. So the way it works is you have your basic translation functions, and there's a quiz option. There's a quiz feature where, based on the words you've translated or searched for, you get different questions about their meaning and their translation. And also, there's a feature to discover new words every day. A notification pops up with a new word and its meaning. And it is really effective because be on local phone many times a day. When we see the word, we memorize it or learn a new one, just know it. No. One limitation of using it is there is no feature for improving your speaking skills, and so there's no AI maybe to talk with. I think that's a disadvantage of it, and innovation. In conclusion, yeah, they're really useful. And it expands your vocabulary drastically. Why do teenagers like digital learning? Teenagers like digital learning for a lot of reasons. First of them, one of them is probably because digital learning can be in a way more interactive way as if it was offline, and I think the learning capabilities of digital space are limitless because you could have different types of tasks and different types of learning methods online. And the versatility of digital learning is something that many students are attracted by. And the current generation is current generation is grown in an environment where you have access to devices easily, so they are used to it. And digital learning is something that is becoming more common with each day. Second reason is it is more convenient to manage your time with digital learning because you could learn wherever you like, and you don't have to go anywhere. So it creates free time. And generally, it is more convenient for many teenagers.
Thank you.
So,
Пропуск скрываешь? Convenience. Please choose one. Card number. Number 4. See the number, please. So, You must. Totally you have 2 minutes for preparing only 1 minute. On part one, from the first part, you choose only one question, okay? The second part, you should describe all these parts. Mhm. And the third part, you should choose only one question. Okay, please prepare your 1 minute.
Question 3, reading, travel, consumption. I do think that it helps language learning because most of the familiar things we access, that we take for granted is access through simple dialogue. And to access those things on a trip, you have to learn a bit about the language of the country that you visit. So I think that even if you don't necessarily pursue that language specifically, if you go to that country, you will learn some of that language. But we went to Alakor with our family like last summer. We went there to swim, have a picnic. But what was the most interesting thing about the trip? On the way back, we found a salt sea. There was a sea, had a lot of salt concentration. So we went to swim there because it had a healing effect. The problem though, after we swam there, on the way back, the salt started to start solidifying, so it became solid. So when we lied there in our car, the salt started to kind of hit our bodies. It was not really comfortable. So yeah, that was the most memorizable trip because, well, the way back was pretty uncomfortable. Part 3, I choose question 3. What difficulties teenagers face about English is weak? I talked about it, but if your English is weak, you might not be able to access most convenient things like you might not be able to buy something from the store, or you might not be able to ask a direction, or if you even ask a direction, you might not even understand what the other person just said. There's a lot of problems like this if your English is weak. So I think
That's the most, that's the biggest difficulty. You can't just ask for a community.
Okay. From 1 to 3, choose only one question, but 2 answer all the questions.
Just one question from each part.
Yes. No, one button, 1 but 3.
Only part one. So no need for part two. Okay.
From part 1 and part 3, choose only one question.
And I have to do the part two.
Then part 2, all questions.
Okay. Which platform is most popular in the school? That's a good question. I think it's mostly just TikTok or Instagram because it's very popular worldwide apps that are used for communication and are generally really interested and fun to use, so I don't blame them for choosing this app specifically. Do we go to part 2 next or part 3? Okay. Describe one positive and one negative effect of social media. One. So the positive effects are the fact that people from different countries can communicate together with each other and build different bonds with people from different races, for example. It's nice to learn about other people's culture, their habits, the way they live, the way their country is structured in general, because all of us are very different, and it may affect everyone differently, like politics, for example, as well. So I think it's a very positive thing that people can just communicate with each other freely. And a negative effect, it's definitely the concept of cyberbullying in general, because so many adolescents are very weak to bullying, and cyberbullying is a thing that cannot be just easily avoided. The victims often just feel hostile, they feel neglected by their parents or teachers because they may not have proof of the fact that they are being harassed. And if they have no proof, they think that no one can help them. And this can really negatively affect their mental state. They can develop severe anxiety, depression, which is, to be honest, very common in these days. So I think that social media is, in general, as a concept, is a good thing, but unfortunately, there are people that don't use it the way it was intended to be used. So it really affects their quality of life and users. Does social media improve speaking or mainly writing? I think it depends on the person specifically, because a lot of people use social media not only for text but also for posts. For example, in Instagram you can post someone and it's very popularly used. You can also live stream and interact with different people at the same time. It doesn't happen on TikTok though. It's also, I think, very common for WhatsApp, but WhatsApp is mostly just a communication and not a social media. But I do think that it's mainly writing, because people always communicate through text more because it's more convenient and faster than calling someone. And some people specifically avoid making calls just to communicate without using their voice, or just spending their time trying to dial a number, then wait for someone else to answer. It's really time consuming. So in conclusion, I think that it does affect both speaking and writing, but mainly writing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Please choose one. What is your card number? Part one and part three, choose only one question, part two, or answer all the questions.
So I have to choose only one.
Yes. No, from part one, only one question. Part two, all questions. Part three, only one. Only 1 minute. This is the first part.
So I chose question one. The most interesting subject for me is geography, because I get to learn a lot of new and essential information about our world. I really enjoy finding out new facts about countries, and I think that's one of the most interesting subjects that I teach in high school. So, part two. Really interesting event that happened in my school was organized charity event. So every grade had to choose one country and then prepare dishes related to that cuisine. For example, my grade chose to cook Italian cuisine. I cooked pasta. I always enjoyed that. Pasta cooking specifically. So parents and other guests came to our school. They tried and bought our food that we sold to them. Then those earned money, they went to the charity to help the poor and disabled people. I think that the most difficult part was cooking for me because I'm not really good at it, but I tried my best. And I think that this event was really important. So I learned a lot of new dishes from different cuisines. And I think that I'd love if our school would organize more events like this. So for our three questions, question one, I think school events are important because thanks to them, students and parents get to know each other more. Some events, like charity events, like I mentioned, they can help people who are in need. And also, I think that it's just a lot of fun. Students get to know, like I already said, each other and celebrate something together and get closer to each other. That's why I think it's crucial for schools to have some extra events.
Thank you.
Телефон. Speaking cards.
From part one, choose one question, part two, all questions, part three, only one question. Want to use the question?
Part one, you can just start. I'll choose it myself or
Yes. You can choose only one question.
yeah.
Are you ready for all questions?
Do I have it one?
You have one minute. Mm,
I chose the third question. How to change it. Nowadays, teenagers make friends through social media, like apps like Snapchat, TikTok, Instagram. When they have common interests, they communicating, or they make some friends at school, communicating with each other because school um, school encourages them to work together. Um, I had one friend. Let's name her just Eddie. She is now facing some depression uh, and she, no matter how what time she's facing, she is staying resilient and facing her problems mm, without complaining to others. Um, in my opinion, she inspires me uh, to face my problems with resilience, no matter how hard they seem to be. In part three, does communication skills matter more than grades? Um, I'd say that communication skills matter more than just grades, because grades doesn't imply your intelligence and other the other skills, and also communication skill is more important in more important in teenagers' life. They can benefit because, as they say, communication is the key.
Well, there,
hello.
there's no point.
Yes, choose one. Yes, everyone. Number.
Number three. Oh, I need to speak all part of this.
We don't have one question.
I can only choose one part.
Yes, no. All three parts,
All three
but
parts.
from part one, only one question, part two, all questions, part three, only one question. Part number is three.
It's part number three.
Okay.
Can I have a question? Digital learning, it's something like internet? Or what?
Digital learning,
Yes.
which question? What?
Part three, question number one.
What do you need to learn digital learning?
Something like online. Yes.
Yeah.
Should you explain? Okay, understand. So can I start my speech?
Yes.
So, speaking part number two is technology. In part number one, I'm addressed question number two. Nowadays, teenagers spend a lot of time in their mobile phones and computers and maybe PC, yes. They spend a lot of time because all, let me think for a second. All teenager, it's just boring to do something, maybe for example, reading a book, maybe study. For example, I spent in the online only 2-3 hours, only for the learning, because I know that sitting, I spent time online. A lot of it's very bad for us. So I spend time for reading books, maybe go for a walk. Yes. Okay. Part number two, describe one useful study app or website. Usually I use AI, ChatGPT. It's the most popular. It's more popular app in nowadays. What is it? It's AI. I can I can I can thought I can say one topic and he will describe me all about this topic, how it works. I said already what's useful. It's because it's smart. It's like robots, humanoid robots, and I can ask. I can ask question and he will answer quickly. One limitation of using it. One limitation. Limitation. Okay, it's one limitation of using. Let me think. It's expensive. Free version is given for 30 minutes. Conclude with your review. I think it's have more advantages and it's help for a study, but we don't need to use it in the school. Part number three, why do teenagers like digital learning? Let me explain. Why do teenagers like digital learning? Because they don't like to meet with people and talk with them. Some teenagers, right nowadays, are scared to talk or shy. So they like digital learning, for example, in internet or some apps in the Google Play. I used Duolingo for learning English. Yes, it's all. Say goodbye.
Yes, it is. From part one, choose only one question, part two, all questions, part three, only one question.
Do you have time to prepare or should I
Yes,
just-
1 minute, 1 or 2 minutes.
So if it's part two, do I answer just one bullet point? Or
Say again.
for part two, do I only answer one bullet point?
In the second part.
Yeah. Or do I just form one?
Always.
Oh, okay, only one question.
Three parts. Mechanism parts. Part one question. Part three, one question. Part two, one question.
I would say this one's a question two. Part one. Do I?
Yes.
Okay. I watch most of my content in English, so I can fully immerse myself in these conditions that I can fully understand different accents, dialects in English. I actually, especially for movies, I think it's better to watch them in the original language because that gives you the more authentic feel when you're listening to the original voice actor or the actual actor who's playing the role. That way you can learn, you learn English much more easily than just by textbooks and grammatical structure because you are seeing how it's used in real life situations, almost real life situations. Sorry, it's my first time. Do I continue talking about this or how do I switch to part two? The part one?
Are you finished?
Yeah.
So, this is the second part.
I'm quite fond of the Avatar franchise, and I like it a lot because of how it mixes different genres like science fiction and action. Because it's set on an alien planet, which
And then there's a war happening between the local creatures of the planet and the humans that are trying to invade the place. I liked it because of the graphics of the film. There was so much very detailed CGI used, and it looked so realistic. Like you wouldn't, if you didn't know the context, you would think that it's a documentary because of how realistic and true to life it looks. I think it helps a lot with English listening because it's set. It's set, even though it's set in the future, the language is still the same, still English, and they use it throughout the movie. Even though sometimes there are some phrases of the alien humanoids from the planet. The English is quite fun to listen to because there are several accents in it, and people from different places who speak it, and I think it's a fun way to engage and learn how different people speak, and you can learn by copying quotes so that you can replicate their speech from the movie. However, there is a bit of a restriction when you learn English from movies because often, because of the different dialects, people might speak broken English that doesn't follow grammatical rules, or they mispronounce things on purpose to show off that they have a slightly different accent, or to emphasize the fact that they are not local English speakers. And I think that's the only restriction. You should be careful to not copy the same mistakes the person does in the movie. Therefore, I would still recommend watching movies to immerse yourself in how the language is used, and to also allow yourself to get used to different people, how they say things, and different ways of expressing yourself as well. I'll answer to your question. I think replicating quotes from movies would be a fun and engaging way to learn more vocabulary from the movie. For example, if there's some iconic line, let's say by a character, and you repeat it, even if you don't know the words, you will still remember the words, and then later on you can look it up in the dictionary, what you know the meaning. I think it's more fun, especially for children, that sometimes it can be boring for them to sit in a classroom and just memorize words, just like on plain paper. I think children will enjoy it much more because be like their favorite character and on their favorite film, and that way they can learn English much faster and enjoy the journey as well.
Şimdi düşün bu. From part one, choose only one question. Part two, answer all the questions. Part three, choose only one question. For preparation, you have 1 to 2 minutes.
One question.
From one part one, one question from part three, all the questions from part two.
So in part one, I chose the first question. I enjoy traveling with my family a lot because my parents, they do research on every place that we visit, and that makes our trips way more entertaining and fun. And may I start part two? Last year in September, my family and I we visited Tokyo in Japan. We went to Tokyo Disneyland, we visited a lot of restaurants, and went to a lot of entertaining centers. The most interesting thing that I remember from that trip is the customer service. It was immaculate, and I wish that every country in the world would have that kind of customer service.
Some problems we faced is when we were flying to South Korea from Hawaii, we faced some visa problems at the border, and we couldn't fly directly to Tokyo. And overall, I'd say that it was one of my favorite trips in our lives, and I hope that we get to fly back to Tokyo soon. And for part 3, I chose the second question. In my opinion, in practicing English, wait, hold on one second. Travel can definitely help practicing English because in many places there are a lot of tourists which can help with practicing English because all of them are from different parts of the world and they can all unite in only one language, and that is English. So that can definitely help with learning that language. Well, thank you. Thank you. По списку, да, идете? Да, там по списку. Я не знаю, почему я не хотя не видно. Окей, спасибо. Одного. На кого говорит? Окей, спасибо. So, for the first part, we can choose a new question. Okay, this way. The second part, we should discuss all this part. And the third part, we can choose a new question. We only have 2 minutes. Okay.
So the question I've chosen is, what do teenagers use social media for most? Fun, study, or both? And to answer this question, I can say that teenagers use social media for both. From my own experience, sometimes when I have free time, I just scroll on Instagram, for example, or I scroll on TikTok and just have fun by watching different creators online. And for studying, for myself and my own experience, I look at different creators online who post different videos with tips and hacks on how to study, how to ace exams, how to ace different things. So for me, I use social media for fun and studying. And from the experience of my peers and my classmates, they do the same thing. So to answer the question, I would say that teenagers use social media for both fun and study. So for part two, describe one positive and one negative effect of social media. So overall, I can say that social media is a thing that has both positives and both negatives. So for positives, the first thing that comes to mind is that you can make a lot of friends online on social media. On social media, you have a lot of different people from all over the world, so you can get to know them, you can get to talk to them, and that is something that I consider very positive and very good. And this happens because there's a lot of people online, so you obviously interact with them and get to talk to them, get to know them, get to make new friends from different parts of the world. So now I want to talk about the negative side of social media. The first thing that comes to mind for the negative effect is the lack of human interaction, the lack of human face-to-face communication. So a lot of people start to forget about communication with people offline. They tend to talk to people who are online rather than offline. And to me, that is something that is extremely negative. It doesn't help you in any way. And to a way to avoid this risk, I would say, is to try to talk to your friends, try to talk to your family more in real life, and try to avoid talking to them online. So overall, I can just say that social media has both negatives and positives, and the most important thing is how you handle it yourself. So part three, the first question is, does social media improve speaking or mainly writing? And to answer this question, I would say that honestly, I think of both. And it depends on the social media format that you are watching. So for example, if you're watching social media videos, obviously you hear a person speaking, so you understand the way they speak, the way they talk, so you kind of memorize that as well, you kind of learn how to speak better. And if it's more of like an online discussion on social media, you understand the way that people write, the grammar that people use, the vocabulary that people use. So to answer this question is that social media does improve speaking and writing as well.
From part one, only one question, part two, one question, part three, only one question. Number 9. For preparation, you have 1-2 minutes.
Okay, so do teenagers watch more movies or series? Why? To my mind, nowadays teenagers prefer watching more movies rather than series. And usually their volume is quite shorter. Moreover, the content of it is usually captivating. That's why it attracts a lot of watchers. And teenagers can take a leaf out of these movies or films. And I guess that series can be, first of all, they can be serial, and that's why many episodes can be off-putting for teenagers, and that's why it's the reason. Then part two, we don't need to continue the first one. Part two, describe the movie or series you enjoy. I prefer to describe one TV series named Desperate Housewives. So it's about the ordinary life of housewives. However, they are supposed to overcome some drawbacks on their way, and they are supposed to stick together through thick and thin, which is really, I would say, which is really gripping. And moreover, I can identify with characters. Why you liked it? I really adore watching it because, first of all, every episode is quite diverse and versatile. So it can provide many lessons. It can provide many examples of conflicts, how to solve them, how to find a silver lining, and that's why I think that it's more about educational value out of it. Whether movies have English listening. Yes, that's for sure, because the speech of natives, first of all, it's fast-paced, second of all, their speech is natural and fluent. So I would say there is a common practice among English learners to repeat the speech of the characters or to repeat some things from it in order to practice their speaking. However, at the same time, in the meantime, they can practice listening through comprehending some moments or some tricky details of the episode, and so I would say that our ear, our skill of listening can adapt to English speakers. Then one limitation of learning English from movies only. I would say that in this case, the only limitation is that English learners tend to absorb all the information out of movies or series, and from time to time they can be, first of all, some words can be obsolete or old-fashioned, or sometimes it can be too informal, and English learners can be confused about integrating the new knowledge in, for example, their academic tests or exercises. That's why it can be really tricky and I would say complicated for them. Conclude with your opinion. I guess that it's a nice additional activity. However, you need to have a special base for learning English with a tutor or with a teacher who is quite high qualified. Because of the risk of taking something wrong from those movies or series that you watch, and that's why you need to have a mentor to set you on the right way. Why are movies? I'm sorry. Should Olympiad topics include movies? What skills can it test? I guess that movies topics, they are much closer than some superficial or shallow ones, because teenagers nowadays, they are, I would say that they tend to pay more attention to some ordinary things, to discuss something with their friends, and that's why during some academic tests or competitions such as Olympiad, they can be more relaxed and relieved, and they can find more topics. They can find more, I would say, more premises to their main speech, and that's why I will conclude like that. And what skills can it test? For sure, it can test first of all the common comprehension of the content. Second of all, it can test the creativity, the adaptation skill, and the adaptive skill. And the last one, I would say, it can test the way of communication that a person might possess, and it can prove their knowledge, for example. Yes. It's goodbye.
teachers, and students. Okay, card number? Card number.
Card number 7.
Seven.
I have to answer to all 3 parts or choose one.
You will answer all the 3 parts, but from part 1, choose only one question, part 3, only one question, part 2, all the questions.
Can I ask one question? How translate inspire? Inspires. How do you translate? Okay. Okay. Begin. Part 1. How do teenagers usually make friends today? Today, teenagers can make friends by using social medias like TikTok, Instagram. They can find somebody and start chatting. Then they make friends. Maybe. Yes, I think that's all. Part 2. Describe a friend who inspires you. His name, tell me. His name is Amir. They inspire me by telling my goals every day. He helped me grow. He affected me. He helped me in study. He can also help me work in a hard. Help me inspire. Helping in hard situations. In my personal view, he's a good friend. So I wish everyone to have his like that. Part 3. Why is friendship important for teenagers? Friendship important for teenagers because it can help for teenagers to communicate with each other, be a friend, and help in hard situations, learn, study, work. Also, it's important because usually teenagers without friends getting crazy because they are alone. That's it.
It's up to them.
Thank you.
Okay. You may go. Yes.
Thanks, Eric.
We are going to do this. Make sure it's all in one. What is your part number? What is your part number? Okay. This is it. Choose one question to the first and the third parts, and part two of the questions. We have 1 to 2 minutes for preparation.
I choose the first question. So, ever since I was gifted headphones since the 5th grade, I've been listening to music for almost every day when I have my free time, or even during lessons to concentrate more on the exercises. I listen to music from morning to until the night, and the because it will help me relax and clear my mind from all the pressure I have at school or when I'm preparing for multiple competitions for my future. And it is essentially my favorite hobby. And I try to listen to music every chance that I can. So my favorite singer is Eminem. He's an American rapper from the state of New York. He's currently 50 years old. He's a musical, he's a rapper music, and the main reasons why I enjoy him is mainly because of his deep lyrics, his own songs. He's been, he's had a rough life throughout his, especially throughout his childhood, and he captures everything that he's sung into his songs, and by listening to them, you can clearly understand what he's been through. And music is very helpful for learning new languages, especially when you listen to songs
from Eminem or Jay-Z because of their deep lyrics, and by checking what they sing about, you can learn new words and new vocabulary. If I had to choose one singer to be my eventually my favorite singer, it would definitely be Eminem. Uh, Music can help students learn English very. Music can help students learn English very helpfully because, like I said, there are multiple artists that have deep lyrics in their songs that helps you to understand things better from other people's perspectives or by identifying what they're trying to state in their songs. And I have a very good example because when I was starting to learn English, it was very difficult for me. But my friends recommended me to listen to one artist called Kanye, and after listening to him about 3 months, I've memorized all his lyrics from all his songs and sang them throughout the day.
Okay. Thank you. No. güzel. Kremesi.
Where does it come out?
Çok. Mama dedi kalkan. Numara. Sınıp. Nasıl yani? Choose one portion from the first and third parts. And all the portions have to. You have 1 or 2 minutes for preparation.
It's like, should I read out loud questions? Just start talking.
Really?
Okay. So, the first question that I choose is, what qualities are important in a friend? First and foremost, I want to point out and emphasize on my perspective. I tend to think that there are no ultimate answers to most of the questions. For me, a lot of things are ambiguous. So that's why I think that there's no really important qualities for friends. And the topic itself is kind of hard for me because it is really difficult for me to form a human connection. I'm really picky when it comes to people. It's not like that I hate them, just can't have a normal conversation with them. The thing is, I deeply treasure real connection, genuine connection. So about a year ago, I met a guy in Dearden. He became a big part of my life because he opened to me what a real friendship is. I discovered for myself what it is being understood, being listened to, and what it is to have a person who, I don't know how to say it exactly, but he's I feel like he's a real human. Most of the time, people around me are like bus sounds, but he's a real one, really, and I had a great time with him. So to sum everything up, I suppose that real qualities in a friend, for me, it's being compassionate and empathy. The next question is, describe a friend who inspires you. Who they are, why they inspire you, how you grow. There are a lot of people that I really admire. I have a lot of really smart and ambitious friends. One of them is Ahmed. He helped me with my study in math and physics. I'm still really amazed by him because at the age of 14, he knew C++, Python. He knew all the topics that we were studying in 8th grade, 9th grade, and 10th grade. So he really inspired me to be better as a person and to improve myself because despite the fact that he was smart, he was also very generous and kind. He wasn't very picky or greedy about anything. He could take a lot of jobs at the same time. He could study all the topics at the same time and still learn something new and teach me something new. So we didn't really have a challenge, despite the fact that it was really dark in a way. Sometimes he could be angry, sometimes he could say some really horrendous stuff, and it really hurted me. But I understood that it was on my behalf, that I was the problem. So I decided to take a time for myself and not talk to him for like 3 months or something like that. And now we're great friends, and he still helps me with my studies. My personal view about him, I think that he's a person that you could find. He's a one of a kind. I've never met anyone like him in terms of knowledge
and kindness. Why is friendship important for teenagers? Well, we should start with the fact that the communication is key. Basically, socializing from a young age is enormously important because you could make great connections. You could always have a person that could help you at any time and at any point of your life. And you should, at a young age, you should widen your perspective. And in order to do that, you should have to meet a lot of different kinds of people. So, talking to any of them could improve you immensely and not and make your experience much more worth it. So that's all.
Okay, thank you. What number? Nine. In the first one, you can choose one question. The second one, you can choose one question.
So is there a separate time to prepare for each part, or should I prepare for all three parts?
All two parts.
So without stopping?
Okay, so I'm going to talk about some movie genres which are popular among my peers. So I would say that it's mostly action or fantasy movies because I think the most important parts, one of the most important parts in movies is their visual aid, like something that you may see on a big screen and be be wondered from it, like the effect. For example, if I watch action movies, there are many fighting scenes which gives me so many emotions, like huge variety. I may cry, I may be angry at a villain who is attacking my favorite characters, and I think it's such a pleasure to experience such movies when they have a dynamic structure, and there's always something happening. Um, and I would like to say that this is my personal preference, and also lots of my friends do watch action and fantasy films. But on the other hand, there are some more calm teenagers who prefers something romantic. I think because many teenagers are interested in this topic, but something light and innocent about school love, maybe because this is a really interesting topic among my peers. So now I'm going to describe a movie or series I enjoyed. So the particular movie which I enjoyed is the Avatar. Recently, I went to the cinema. I went to the cinema and watched the third part of Avatar called Fire and Ash, and it influenced me so much just from the first part of this movie. It has three parts actually, and each part has its own meaning. But the general moral of this film is that um, you need to protect your nature and be a peaceful person. So I liked it because of the moral. I like when I can get some knowledge from this film. So it changed my mindset. And it changed my mindset. And also, I think it influenced the most of the young people because it covers really huge meaning with protecting the nature, don't argue with anybody, and many of my peers also like to appear in this universe, which is called Pandora. But they don't really realize that Pandora is our Earth, just not being destroyed by a human being. So I think movies truly help English to improve your English listening. I would set the Avatar as an example because their English is clear and because it was made by native speakers. Of course, there are some common collocations or idioms that I might learn as well. But one interesting part that I want to highlight is that they're speaking in a certain accent, which belongs to ancient Red Indians, I think, which were living in America before it was discovered. So in general, all in all, I'd like to say that Avatar is a really big franchise. That's why it's really popularized in our country. And as I went to the
the English movie. Like there was some. I prefer to go to the English version as we have it in one of our cinemas. And that's why I think it's better for our Kazakh young people to watch more in English. Is that enough?
Could I answer to this one as well?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
This.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Thank you. Please. Choose one question from part one and part three. All questions from part two. Which turn out to be the preparation you have 1 or 2 minutes.
First question, do you prefer team sports or individual sports? I prefer team sports because team sports teach you how to play in team and to make fast decisions in hard conditions because now you take responsibility not for yourself only but for your team too. While playing team sports, you need to choose the best way to score or to pass the ball. But